Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the 2025 International Dog Sports Championships. We've had a tremendous weekend thus far. We had our Eclipse and Velocity games on Friday, and yesterday we had the beginning of our Horizon qualifying rounds, and we ended up with our Legend and Lap Dogs in the 8-bracket tournament. You can find all those results on the internationaldogsports.com website. And today we're going to start off with our juniors. And this is a very special event for International Dog Sports. The IDS Championship for the juniors is all about personal growth and partnership with their dogs. Instead of competing solely on distance, the juniors are awarded for improvement, control, and consistency. There is also a scholarship available to the juniors. And in each of our 4 junior divisions, we have the Little Lunars, 5 to 8 years of age, the Global Gems, 9 to 12 years of age, the Jupiter Juniors, 13 to 15 years of age, and the Solar Seniors, 16 to 18 years of age. In each one of those categories, divisions, the first place handler is going to win $300. The second place handler is going to win $150. And the third place handler is going to win $75 towards a scholarship. We're going to be showcasing the juniors at all of our docks today, and we'll be headed that way shortly. All right, after we complete our junior showcase this morning, we are going to move into our open 24 dog Horizon Bracket Championships. We'll start with the Comet division, move into Protostar, Nebula X, Nebula XL, Rising Star, Superstar, and Supernova divisions. We'd like to thank our sponsors this morning. Sunday's Dog Food. Sunday's is 100% human-grade dog food from start to finish. Vet-founded and vet-run. Sunday's gently air-dries whole foods to preserve their nutrition and flavor. That means no high-temperature cooking like kibble or messy defrosting like frozen brands. Sunday's all-natural nutrition that works at the speed of your life. 1TDC. Elevate your dog's performance with 1TDC, IDS's preferred supplement. It supports joints, stamina, oral health, and skin. Get it at workssowell.com and use code IDS10 for 10% off. Remember, 1TDC is not like any other supplement. And our newest sponsor this year is going to be Digit. And Digit is in its 10th year as one of the top retailers of waterproof, stink-proof, custom-made biothane leashes, collars, and other canine accessories. Their mission is to provide high-quality USA products for active dogs and the people who love them.
Established April 2015, owned and operated solely by Georgine Javornik. Diggit was inspired by a tragic loss of my heart dog, Shaylee. The company name, logo, and the innovative, unique patent design of the hardware are in honor of Shaylee. Throughout the past 10 years, Diggit has provided pet owners quality products that are made in the USA and handcrafted by Georgine. We are still in business today, thanks to our new repeat customers and retailers who love our products. Our mission is giving back to the pet community. We have donated hundreds of dollars each year to animal rescues, shelters, and many organizations to raise money for their animal charities. We started the company with 4 different kinds of dog collars, and today we make over 50 different products. The Diggit brand offers customers custom-tailored items that are functional in user-specific scenarios. It's been an honor to provide Diggit's products to the pet community. I'm thankful for all the wonderful pet owners I have met and the friendships that have developed over the past decade. Thank you for your support over the years. And lastly, a special thanks to the following people:
And of course, our first dog doesn't have going Charlie. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm getting some conflicting information between the Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland. Our first handler on the dock is Matthew. Nice toss there. Great to see these juniors bonding with their dogs. This really teaches them, a lot of responsibility and working in a team environment. It goes much more beyond just owning and taking care of a dog. They really do learn a lot of responsibility being in these type of dog sports. Nice toss and nice jump. Very good. All right, that was Matthew. And next up, we're going to have Cassidy. All right, nice jump. Nice jump by Cassidy there. And we're going to get a second round here, second toss. Each handler is allowed, will be getting 2 throws into the pool. We're getting lined up again. And there goes Cassidy. Nice toss. Very close to catching that bumper. You can see the excitement on their faces. The children love playing this game, bonding with their dogs, having a great time up there. It's so wonderful to see. They truly are the future of our sport. The dock now, we have Sydney. And we're getting ready. Nice. Nice toss by that junior handler. Another nice toss by Sydney and a great jump. Juniors are competing in Horizon. It's a game that measures the distance that a dog can jump from the dock. During the Horizon rounds, the handlers throw a toy into the pool and their dog runs down the dock and jumps into the pool. Each dog gets 2 judged jumps, and the distance is measured at the base of the dog's tail when it enters the water. Next up, we have Jace. Nice toss. Getting them all worked up. Here we go. He's running down that dock. Come on, Jace. Very nice. Her handler over at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland is going to be Cyrus. And getting ready there at the edge of the dock. And dog is, oh, got the bumper and dog's being released. Very nice. Hey, great second jump there. And that was Jace over at Country Carousel Diving Dogs. Right, now we're going to move over to Grafton, West Virginia, to Country Roads Canine Activities. And we're going to have Finley on the dock. Very nice, good distance on that dog. Nice jumping dog there, great toss. And Finley's getting ready for her second attempt. Nice, look at that. Looked to be out beyond 20 feet on that jump. Very, very nice toss and jump by that dog. Good job, Finley. All right, we are headed over to Youngblood's Dive-In in Wilkinson, Indiana, and this is Arlo. They are very excited over at Youngblood's as this is their first junior showcase. And we're going to get our second attempt here. And these are our little Lunars. They are 5 to 8 years of age. Nope. Was our second attempt for Arlo out there at Youngblood's Dive-In in Wilkinson, Indiana. All right, we're going to head back out to Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland. We're going to start with our global gems, and these are handlers, junior handlers that are 9 to 12 years of age. And up on the dock we have Charlie getting ready to toss that bumper. All right, very nice. Going around, pick up his dog, and we'll have a second attempt. Great toss, great jump by the dog. And that was Charlie. IDS is super excited about their growth of the junior handler program. It rolled out last season and has grown 56% this year. there are 25 junior teams competing in the 2025 International Dog Sport Championships. And they are vying for scholarship money. First place gets $300, second place gets $150, and third place will receive $75. All right, up on the dock we have Liam. And he's putting his dog into a sit-stay instead of having another handler back there holding the dog. And he's going to release that dog and throw the bumper. A little bit of a refusal there by the dog. He's trying to line him up and get him to jump off. Focusing in on that bumper. There you go. Good job getting him worked up. In the Horizon game, you can have two handlers on the dock. One that's going to be tossing the bumper and the other one that's going to be holding the dog in the back and releasing it. Or you can have just a single handler like you're seeing here with Liam. He's putting his dog into that sit and then he'll give them the command to release and try to synchronize the toss with the jump. We're getting ready for Liam's second attempt. There he goes. Gave him the release, throws that bumper. A little bit of a refusal again. He's going to line that dog back up and entice him to get into that water. This shows a lot of patience on the part of the junior handler. All part of the learning process. That is excellent. Very nice job from Liam. While we wait for our next handler, International Dog Sports was established in early 2022 by a few individuals who wanted to change the face of dog sports and get back to what got them hooked years ago, and that is fun. Next up at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland is going to be Willow. And Willow is also doing the sit-stay. Very nice, good distance. These juniors spend a lot of time training their dogs, learning how to toss the bumper, all the little nuances that go with the sport. It's not as simple as just having the dog run down the ramp and chase after the bumper. You want to try to synchronize as much as possible as you can with the dog. There is bonus points if the dog does catch the bumper in the air as well. All right, Willow coming up for her second attempt. All right, a little off to the side there, but no problem. we are going to move over to Country Roads Canine Activities in Thornton, West Virginia. And our junior handler at Country Roads is going to be Emery. Very nice. Is located on a beautiful 115-acre farm. Second attempt from Emery. Dog's released. Very nice toss. Great arc on that bumper. Good jump by the dog. Good round there for Emery. All right, we're moving on to Doggone It in Seville, Ohio. And our handler is going to be Leah. These are our global gems. They are 9 to 12 years of age. All right. Little hesitation there at the end of the dock, but dog still jumped in after that bumper. Our junior handlers showcase this morning. There are 25 junior teams. Very nice. There you go. No hesitation on that one. Good jump. Good job, Leah. Up is going to be Canine Stack of South Dakota. They're located in Rapid City. And our first handler is going to be Heath. All right, there's Heath at the end of the dock. Has another handler at the back holding the dog, getting ready for that release. Getting mighty close to the edge of that dock. All right. Getting that dog amped up. And here we go. Nice toss out there. Look at that jump. All right. In the junior handler division, instead of competing solely on distance, the juniors are rewarded for improvement, control, and consistency as well. Very nice second jump there. And that was Heath over at Canine Stack. And our next handler coming up is going to be Alec. And some of these juniors have actually participated in our other two games, Velocity being our speed game, and Eclipse being our distance stick game. Velocity games were held on Friday, and those results can be found on the internationaldogsports.com website. Alec at the edge of the dock getting ready to make his toss. Nice. Good tracking from the dog. Nice toss out in front. Second toss. Nice. Appears that the dog caught the bumper there during the jump, so he's going to get an extra point. Very nice job, Alec. Okay, moving on to Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah. And Sea Dogs is a 100% woman-owned business that opened in January of 2022. And that was Jack with his first toss. Getting ready for a second toss. There you go. Very nice. Good job. Our next junior handler over at Sea Dogs is going to be Oakland. And these are our global gems. They are 9 to 12 years of age. Oakland, and Suede is the dog. We're going to go for our second attempt here. All right, we're there at the edge of the dock, getting ready. And there we go. Nice job, Oakland and Suede. Over to the Sliding G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And our junior handler is going to be Easton with Emmy the dog. Nice job. Nice toss. Good synchronization with the dog. Getting ready for her second attempt. Having a little bit of trying to get control of Emmy back there. These dogs love what they're doing and they get very excited. Here we go. Dog's been released. Nice toss out in front of the dog. That was a great job by Easton and Emmy. Wilkinson, Indiana at Youngblood's Dive In. Our first junior handler is going to be Cruz with Ribbon. Nice jump there. You can see everybody dockside cheering on those junior handlers. And Ribbon. All right. global gems. These handlers are 9 to 12 years of age. Our second junior handler over at Youngbloods is going to be Lola. And the dog is Seeker. In their 5th year, and they open their pool to welcome everyone to a fun, safe, and encouraging place to play and compete with their dogs. They pride themselves in offering a "you are family" type of environment. All right, nice jump there by Seeker. We're getting ready for our second attempt with Lola and Seeker. And there we go. In the Horizon game, the dog can be released from any point along the dock. All right, great job by Lola and Seeker. That's going to close out our global gems. We're going to move on to our Jupiter Juniors, who are 13 to 15 years of age. We're at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland. Edge of the dock. Second handle in the back, getting ready to release the dog. And we're off. Nice toss right in front of the dog. You can see the dog tracking that bumper on the way into the pool. Carousel Diving Dog's 3rd year with IDS, and they are located on a private farm. All right, we got Ellie on her second attempt. Here it goes. Another nice toss out in front of the dog. Good distance. Very nice job. Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah. Our first handler up on the dock is going to be Jackson. IDS is partnered with over 25 dog sport facilities and counting all across North America. These are our Jupiter Juniors, 13 to 15 years of age. And Jackson there had a nice toss for Cooper. Coming around and getting ready for that second attempt. There's Jackson at the end of the dock. And here comes Cooper. Very nice. That was good job, Jackson and Cooper. This junior handler showcase at the IDS Championships is all about personal growth and a partnership with your dog. Instead of competing solely on distance, the juniors are rewarded for improvement, control, and consistency. Our second junior handler over at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah is going to be Cameron with Kai. This is Horizon. This is our distance game where the bumper or toy is thrown into the pool and the dog's distance is measured by the judge there on the side. And there's Cameron. Nice high toss. Dog tracking that bumper very well. And Kai's up out of the ramp, and Cameron's going to get him set for the second attempt here. At the edge of the dock, getting ready. Another toss right in front of the dog. Very good. All right, great job by Cameron and Kai. We're going to move on over to Sliding G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, where our handler is Austin. And Austin will be handling Cole. See the handler there wiping down the dock so it's not too slippery, and safety is always the primary concern for our dogs. And Austin has got Cole in a sit stay, so there's not a second handler on the dock. Releases Cole. Very nice jump. Great toss. Looked to be out beyond 20 feet there. In Horizon, if the dog catches the bumper in the air, they do get one extra bonus point. Only does offer 3 different dock diving games, including Horizon, Eclipse, and Velocity. Sliding G Ranch is a family-run dock diving facility in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Right, we are over at Youngbloods in Wilkinson, Indiana, and that is Ella on the dock. There by Ella. Great jump. Youngbloods is owned by Samantha Youngblood, and Izzy May is their event coordinator. All these facilities have done a wonderful job coordinating across the country, all 10 different facilities, making this come together for 3 days. All right, we're headed over to Windham, Ohio at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Up on the dock, we're going to have Katrina with Harley. And Katrina's going to be our only solar seniors that is 16 to 18 years of age. And after this round completes, we'll have results very shortly. And there you see Katrina approaching the edge of the dock. Getting Harley a little amped up there, playing back and forth. All right, looks like we're getting ready. Here we go. Oh, little hesitation there from Harley. Just getting them lined up. All right. I'm going to take that bumper out of the pool and go for our second attempt. There we go. Great job. That was Katrina with Harley. And we're going to move into our 24 dog Horizon Championship bracket rounds. We'd like to thank our sponsors. We have Dig-It, and Dig-It is in their 10th year as one of the top retailers of waterproof, stink-proof, custom-made biothane leashes, collars, and other canine accessories. Their mission is to provide high-quality USA products for active dogs and the people who love them. One TDC, elevate your dog's performance with One TDC, IDS's preferred supplement. It supports joints, stamina, oral health, and skin. Get it at workssowell.com and use code IDS10 for 10% off. Remember, 1TDC is not like any other supplement. And Sunday's dog food. Sundays is dog food that works with your life. 100% human grade and gently air dried to lock in nutrient density. Sundays is a naturally complete and balanced food for dogs. Visit sundaysfordogs.com to get your personalized feeding recommendations today.
Established April 2015, owned and operated solely by Georgine Javornik. Dig-It was inspired by a tragic loss of my heart dog, Shaylee. The company name, logo, and the innovative, unique patent design of the hardware are in honor of Shaylee. Throughout the past 10 years, Dig-It has provided pet owners quality products that are made in the USA and handcrafted by Georgine. We are still in business today, thanks to our new repeat customers and retailers who love our products. Our mission is giving back to the pet community. We have donated hundreds of dollars each year to animal rescues, shelters, and many organizations to raise money for their animal charities. We started the company with 4 different kinds of dog collars, and today we make over 50 different products. The Dig-It brand offers customers custom-tailored items that are functional in user-specific scenarios. It's been an honor to provide Dig-It's products to the pet community. I'm thankful for all the wonderful pet owners I have met and the friendships that have developed over the past decade. Thank you for your support over the years. And lastly, a special thanks to the following people:
Welcome back, everybody. We have our results from the Junior Showcase. And just as a quick reminder, these handlers are going to be earning scholarship money. Our first place winner is going to earn $300. Second place receives $150. And third place receives $75. We're going to begin with our little Lunars. These are handlers that are 5 to 8 years of age. And in third place over at Carousel, we have Sydney. In second place over at Country Roads Canine, we have Finley. And in first place over at Carousel, we have Cassidy. All right, continuing on with our Junior Showcase winners. Over at Sea Dogs in our Jupiter Juniors division, these are handlers that are 13 to 15 years of age. Third place goes to Cameron. In second place, over at Youngbloods, is Ella. And first place in our Jupiter Juniors division is Ellie over at Carousel. All right, and our final division is our Solar Senior. Handlers are 16 to 18 years of age. And our first place from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash is Katrina. Congratulations to Katrina. Conclude our junior showcase this morning. We are going to begin our Open 24 Dog Horizon Championship brackets here very shortly. We'll start with our Comet division, then moving into Protostar, Nebula X, Nebula XL, Rising Star, Superstar, and Supernova divisions. It's any dog that's under the age of 8 at the start of the year, and any dog that's over 16 inches at the withers. These dogs had 2 qualifying rounds yesterday, and they made it into the brackets for today. Over at Sea Dogs, we have Banjo Mac and Cheese, and over at Youngbloods, we have Mercury. At Sliding G Ranch, Nella is going up against Proof at Doggone It. These dogs are jumping. The distance is measured at the base of the dog's tail when it enters the water, and the scores are determined by the judge's sight. Handlers may use any kind of toy as long as there is no live, no food, or nothing with fur. There are bonus points if the dog does catch the bumper in the air. Sea Dogs. In Ogden, Utah, we have Gimli taking on Coltrane over at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland. Sea Dogs, we have Henry, who's an Australian Shepherd. And he's described that he looks like a Holstein cow and he gives kisses before every meal. Over at Doggone It, we have Renegade, who's a German Shepherd. He loves his Binky and his nickname is Squishy. Have Gizmo, and Gizmo is an Australian Shepherd. Over there at Sea Dogs. And over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio, we have Crikey coming up to the dock. Crikey's an Australian cattle dog. Is very thoughtful when training and learning something new. So it took a year and a half for him to really become a confident duck diver. Badger. Jumping, he's a golden retriever. And Badger is named after the University of Wisconsin mascot. Over at Sliding G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, we'll have Jace taking the dock, while over at the Country Roads Canine Activities in Grafton, West Virginia, we'll have Scion. Jace is a male border collie. And Zion is a male German Shepherd. And Zion's fun fact is that he is obsessed with water. Over at Country Roads Canine, we have Willow, who's a mixed breed. And over at Duke's, we have Samson, who's an American Pit Bull Terrier. Over at Youngbloods, we have Road Trip, who's another mixed breed. And over at Doggone It, we have Rhea, who's an American Bully. All these dogs are competing to move into the next bracket. We're beginning with 24 dogs. It was established in 2022. They have issued almost 5,000 IDS dog registration numbers. IDS recorded nearly 10,000 dock diving scores during the 2025 season for more than 1,000 individual dogs. Carousel in Mount Airy, Maryland. Our next dog up is going to be, sorry about that, is going to be Nuri over at Carousel. And Nuri is a mixed breed. And over at Doggone It, we have Bailey. Maryland at Carousel Diving Dogs. We have Remy, who's a mixed breed, just taking a jump. Carousel is going to be Percy. Percy is a bearded collie. See that cute little spin around the handler there. Bumpers in the pool. And Trying to entice Percy there to jump into that water after the bumper. And he's got something to say. Do have 3 minutes of total time on the dock. And it appears they're going to take that bumper out of the pool for the first round, and we'll have a second attempt here. There we go. Good job, Percy. we have Gimli over at Sea Dogs, the Irish Setter, and Renegade over at Doggone It, who's the German Shepherd. The Sliding G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, we're going to have Crikey. Crikey is the Australian cattle dog. Australian cattle dogs are a very active breed. You need to keep them both mentally and physically engaged. We've got the handler doing a sit-stay with Crikey there at Sliding G Ranch, meaning there's not an additional handler holding the dog, and here we go. Oh, a little hesitation at the edge of the dock. That's okay. Line him back up and see if you can get him to go in after that bumper. The championships, the handlers have 2 minutes to complete both rounds. There you go. Got him to go in the water, getting that bumper. And we'll check out this second attempt. Over at Doggone It in Seville, Ohio, we have Rhea taken to the dock. In Grafton, West Virginia at Country Roads Canine, we have Zion. Nice jump there by Zion at Country Roads. Next up on the dock at Country Roads Canine, we're going to have Willow. Willow is a mixed breed female and is described as looking like a coyote. Over at Doggone It, we have Bailey taking to the dock. Bailey is a female mixed breed. We're getting ready to see Bailey jump. There you go. Very nice toss out there by the handler. Harbaugh is the owner and Megan Miller is the event coordinator over there at Doggone It. And they are located in beautiful southern Medina County. And this is their second year with IDS. And we're moving over to Grafton, West Virginia for Country Roads Canine. The owners are Lacey and Chris Fowler. And they're located on a beautiful 115-acre farm. Our first jumper is going to be Remy. And Remy is a male mixed breed, and he loves water more than treats. We're going to stay with Carousel. Our next dog up is going to be Amari. Amari is a Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever, and she was named after the sniper healer character Anna Amari in the video game Overwatch. Very nice jump there by Amari. Handler is very happy. This is the owner, and Heather Reese is the operating manager out at Carousel Diving Dogs. This is their third year with IDS.
You should make it pop. On the ground, 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 you should make it. On the ground, you should make it. On the ground, you should make it.
It's a testament to how well they are cared for. And our final two dogs for this round over at Doggone It is going to be Rhea, the American Bully, and over at Carousel is Amari, the Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever. All right, moving on with our final two dogs in this round over at Doggone It, it's going to be Rhea, the American Bully, and over at Carousel we have Amari, the Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever. With a nice jump there, Doggone It. And we're getting set for Amari over at Carousel Diving Dogs. And there you go. Very nice jump, a happy handler, and a happy dog. Our final three dogs are set. Over at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah, we have Gimli. At Country Roads Canines in Grafton, West Virginia, we have Zion. And over at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland, is Amari. Amari there at Carousel Diving Dogs. All right, we're getting ready to see Zion. And there we go. Nice run down that ramp. Good speed. And over at Sea Dogs, we have our third place finisher in the Open Comet division, Gimli. At Country Roads Canine, we have Zion taking second place. Congratulations to Zion. And at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland, our first place dog, the Nova Scotia Duck Tolling Retriever, Amari. Congratulations to all the dogs in the Open Comet division. We will be moving over onto our Protostar division next. IDS offers double title points as another way to reward those teams for a job well done. $1,600 championships invites issued in 2025, and that was over 300 more than 2024. Starting our Open Proto Star division, over at Dukes, we have Purdy going up against Doggone It and Tux. Over at Carousel, we have Smoke. And at Country Roads Canine, we have Callie. Over at Carousel, is a male Labrador Retriever. Nice jump. Good tracking of that bumper. Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas. That is Diggle, an Australian Shepherd. Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, we have Emmy, a Belgian Shepherd Malinois. Over at Carousel, we have Phoebe, an All-American. And at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we have Murphy, the Golden Retriever. There goes Murphy. Yep. So the handler has thrown the bumper into the pool first and then took the dog back to release. You'll see a couple of different styles throughout the day. Some dogs will play for frisbees, some will play for tennis balls, Kong Wubbas, all sorts of different toys that can be used. Typically, whatever gets them the most excited that they want to chase after is always a good choice. At least 6 months of age to compete in duck diving games. Again, safety is always paramount. There is no pushing or blocking the dogs off of the dock. The dogs must jump by themselves. And the dogs are permitted to wear flat collars, life jackets, swim vests, as long as it does not pose a safety hazard. Handlers must be 5 years or older to be on the dock, and any handler between the ages of 5 and 9 years old must be accompanied by an adult at all times. All right, over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio, we have Mojito coming up, who's an American Pit Bull Terrier. Over at Sea Dogs, we have Road Canines, we have Vixen, who's a German Shepherd dog. Who's a Labrador Retriever. And over at Sea Dogs, we have Suede, who's a Blue Heeler. Are in the Horizon Open divisions of our 24 dog bracket challenge. And our open class is any dog under the age of 8 years old from the start of the year. And they are dogs that are measured at 16 inches or over at the withers. Horizon is a game that measures the distance that a dog can jump from the dock. And the distance is measured at the base of the dog's tail when it enters the water. Over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio, we have Ruger, who's a Labrador Retriever. And at Sea Dogs, we have Marble, who's an Australian Shepherd. Marble is considered to be a blue merle, but her color is really mosaic. The cell split into 3 different merle Our next dog up is Rogue. Rogue is an Australian Shepherd, and she has her Performer Trick title. And over at Youngbloods, we have Atlas, who's a mixed breed. And Atlas had parvo and a respiratory infection at the same time, but managed to kick its tail. Well, we're glad that Atlas is feeling much better and competing at this level. At Sea Dogs, we have Echo, an all-American breed. And Echo's most favorite thing in the world is a Frisbee. At Sea Dogs, next dog up is going to be Cooper, the Golden Retriever. And Cooper loves to swim. In 2023, Cooper was the second place dog in the Open Comet division for Eclipse. Handler getting ready. Nice job there. Final dog for this round is going to be Rue, also at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah. Rue is a female border collie. She's a quick learner and witty with a fun personality. There are no breed restrictions. In dock diving, any dog can learn to play the game. It's a very great way to engage with your dog, form a close bond, and make some great friends along the way. Go. Nice toss right in front. Good tracking by Rue. Our round of 12 is set. Out at Duke's, we're going to have Purdy, the Labrador Retriever. Over at Carousel, we're going to have Smoke, also a Labrador Retriever. At Youngbloods, it's Allie. And at Country Roads Canine, Hondo, the German Shepherd dog. Hondo over there at Country Roads Canine is a male German Shepherd dog, and Hondo has stood on the Continental Divide in multiple states. In 2024, he was the first place dog in the Open Comet division for Horizon. At the Sliding G Ranch, we have Gia, the Labrador Retriever. Over at Carousel, we have Major, also a Golden Retriever. At Sea Dogs, we have Suede, the Blue Heeler. And over at Duke's, we have Ruger, the Labrador Retriever. Over at Sea Dogs is the female Blue Heeler, and Suede is the handler's very first dog. Over at Sliding G Ranch, female Labrador Retriever. She's a fearless extrovert who was a warrior princess in a past life. Ranch is going to be Gia, the Labrador Retriever. Oh, sorry, Emmy, the Belgian Malinois. Emmy is great in public and a velociraptor at home. That must be interesting to live with. We'll have the Australian Shepherd Marble. Out our round at 12 with 2 remaining dogs at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah. Our first dog up is going to be Echo, the All-American. Lined up. May have broken his sit stay. Handlers placing him back. Here we go. Nice jump by Echo. You'll notice there as the dog swims over to the exit ramp. That's one of the first things that is taught when teaching a dog to swim is how to safely exit the pool. And our final dog out at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah is going to be Rue, the female border collie. In front of Rue, good tracking. In the open Protostar class for our 24 dog bracket challenge. And we have our next 6 dogs ready to go. Out at Carousel, we have Smoke, the Labrador Retriever. Out at Youngbloods, Allie, the Border Collie. At Sliding G Ranch, we have Gia, the Labrador Retriever. And at Sea Dogs, Suede, the Blue Heeler. Dogs in Ogden, Utah. Chriselle Hubert is the owner, and Sea Dogs is a 100% woman-owned business that opened in January of 2022. And they opened Sea Dogs to provide a safe and welcoming environment for all dogs and their humans. We're in day 3 of the International Dog Sports Championships for 2025. On Friday, we did our Eclipse and Velocity games. Those winners can be found on the internationaldogsports.com website. Yesterday, we started our qualifying brackets for Horizon, and Horizon is the game that measures the distance that a dog can jump from the dock, and the distance is measured at the base of the dog's tail when it enters the water. Yesterday also, we had our lap and our legend dogs, and legend dogs are any dog over 8 years of age at the beginning of the year, and our lap dogs are any dogs that measure below 16 inches at the withers. And they competed in an 8-dog bracket, and those winners are also available on the website. Final dog in the round of 6 is going to be Ruru out at Sea Dogs. Described as a quick learner, witty, and a fun personality. Nice jump there. We'll see how all this plays out as we move into our final round for the Protostar division. We have our final 3 dogs set. Out at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland, we're going to have Smoke. And at Sea Dogs out in Ogden, Utah, we are going to have Suede and Marble. And Marble is up on the dock. And over at Carousel, there's Smoke. Nice high toss there by the handler. Trying to get that elevation for more distance. And a nice jump by Smoke over there at Carousel in Mount Airy, Maryland. And our final dog in the Protostar division is going to be Marble, the Australian Shepherd. We see Marble. Got a little sneak peek there. All right, and here we go. Marble there. And that's going to be our last dog in the Protostar division. And we will have our results very shortly. Out at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland, we have our third place dog, Smoke. And over at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah, we have our second place dog. It's going to be the Australian Shepherd, Marble, getting that beautiful rosette. And a happy handler and dog, I'm sure. First place dog, and that is going to be Suede, the Blue Heeler. Congratulations to all the dogs in our Protostar division. Next up, we will be moving over to our Nebula X division. All right, we're going to begin our Open Nebula X 24 round bracket. And out at Canine Stack, we have Ritz, the Golden Retriever. Over at Doggone It, we have Millie, the Labrador Retriever. Out at Carousel Diving Dogs, we have Lyra, the Belgian Malinois. And over at Sea Dogs, we have Loki, the Georgian Shepherd. I'm there by Loki out at Sea Dogs. And over at Carousel Diving Dogs, we've got Lyra getting set up for her jump. Here we go. IDS offers a very unique titling program that rewards dogs and handlers for working together as a team and earning points for performing at the top of their respective divisions. And IDS is the only dog diving organization who issues additional bonus title points for dogs that can catch the toy while jumping. And IDS merchandise and apparel, including the 2025 championship gear, is available on the website at internationaldogsports.com/shop. We have Moose, the mixed breed, taken to the dock. And over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, we have Zoltan, the flat-coated retriever. There goes Moose with a nice jump. And here comes Zoltan over at Duke's. Nice throw, good tracking. Type of breed is best suited for dock diving, and really any dog that enjoys the water can be taught the sport. And all of these facilities are going to offer classes to introduce you to dock diving. The dogs typically do not start by jumping off the main ramp. They have the smaller exit ramp where they can enter the water, learn to swim, and exit safely. And some docks have a smaller dock off to the side, which is 1 foot off the water, where the main dock is 2 feet off the water. And as the dog progresses, they will learn to jump at the 1 foot dock and then finally progress over to the 2 foot dock. Yes, recorded nearly 10,000 dock diving scores during the 2025 season for more than 1,000 individual dogs. And IDS has partnered with over 25 dog sport facilities and counting across North America. We're on Doggone It there in Seville, Ohio. We have Joy Harbaugh is the owner and Megan Miller is the event coordinator. And they are located in beautiful southern Medina County in Seville, Ohio. This is their second year with IDS, and they offer dock diving lessons, agility, flyball, and they host many updog disc events. And over at the Ocala Dog Ranch, we have Anchor. Over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, we have Ritz. And over at the Ocala Dog Ranch, we have Anchor. Nice job out there at the Ocala Dog Ranch. You can see the judge there at the side of the pool giving the measurements. And we'd like to thank all of our judges for their hard work this entire weekend and throughout the entire year. Nice jump by Ritz out at Canine Stacks in Rapid City, South Dakota.
Established April 2015, Owned and operated solely by Georgine Javornik. Dig was inspired by a tragic loss of my heart dog, Shaylee. The company name, logo, and the innovative, unique patent design of the hardware are in honor of Shaylee. Throughout the past 10 years, Dig has provided pet owners quality products that are made in the USA and handcrafted by Georgine. We are still in business today, thanks to our new repeat customers and retailers who love our products. Our mission is giving back to the pet community. We have donated hundreds of dollars each year to animal rescues, shelters, and many organizations to raise money for their animal charities. We started the company with 4 different kinds of dog collars, and today we make over 50 different products. The Dig brand offers customers custom-tailored items.
Over at Ocala. All right, we have our next 4 dogs set. And over at Pepperjack's Plunge, we are going to have Zuki. Over at Duke's, we're going to have Rue. Over at Ocala, we're going to have Kaniki. And at Doggone It, we are going to have Buck. Looks like Buck just took off and had a great jump. Over at Pepperjack's, there goes Zuki. And Zuki's a female mixed breed who's described as being energetic, athletic, a GSD cattle dog mix who just likes to have fun. Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio, owned by Michelle and David Filler. They are located on 25 beautiful acres. And they have 2 outdoor pools and 1 indoor pool for year-round dock diving, a dedicated frisbee field, lure chasing, and agility obstacles. Next 4 dogs are set. And out at Duke's, we're going to have Ozzy. At Sliding G Ranch, we're going to have Callie. Over at Carousel, we are going to have six. Nope, sorry. That is at Doggone It is 6. And over at Carousel is going to be Lucy. We have 3 of our dogs almost in the water at the same time. And there goes our dog over at Carousel. Hello Dog Ranch. We are going to have Zeta, and Zeta's a female Australian Shepherd. She loves to give hugs. She will sit in front of you and put her head on your shoulders and lean into it and give you snuggles. And over at Carousel, we have Tag, German Shepherd dog. And she is very sweet, but can be serious with sorts, even though she doesn't know what she is doing. I believe that's supposed to be sports. Nice jump there by Zeta over at the Ocala Dog Ranch. And our next two jumps going to wrap up this round of the Nebula X division. Over at Duke's, we're going to have Kyler, and over at Carousel, we're going to have Max. Max is an American Water Spaniel. Nice jump by Kyler out there at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio. And we've got Max set up in a sit-stay at the end of the dock, waiting for the handler to release him. And there we go. Bumper out in front, good tracking. We are set with our round of 12. Out at Doggone It, we're going to have Millie. And in Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland, it's going to be Lyra. Out at Sea Dogs, we're going to have Loki. And at the Ocala Dog Ranch is going to be Anchor. Amazing canine athletes are very well cared for, from what they eat to chiropractic to laser therapy, trigger point massage, all sorts of things that these dogs get. All spoiled, and they deserve it so much. And not only in dock diving, but a lot of these dogs will compete in multiple sports, such as agility, flyball, go to ground, a variety of sports, disc dog as well. lined up over at Sea Dogs. A little bit of a high toss there, but still a good jump. And over at Doggone It, that was Millie with another nice jump. The bumpers that the handlers throw for the dogs, they come in different sizes, shapes, weights. Some have tassels on the end, some have little loops. Just whatever your preference is and whatever works best for your dog as well. A lot of things to be taken into consideration, and there are dogs that will jump for frisbees, tennis balls, and a variety of other items. All right, moving on to our next 4 dogs. Out at Pepper Jack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas, we're going to have Zuki. At the Ocala Dog Ranch, we're going to have Kaniki. And over at Carousel, we have Lucy. And at Duke's, we have Zoltan. All right, looks like over in Ocala, Kaniki is ready to go. All right, nice jump there. Good toss by the handler. And over at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we've got Zuki arriving to the dock. And over at Carousel, Lucy is on the dock. And there's Zoltan over at Duke's. Almost simultaneous jumps from Duke's and Pepper Jack's. Both dogs looking good. And we'll see who moves on from here. All right, our next 3 ducks are set. Out at Duke's, we're going to have Aussie. At Sliding G Ranch, we're going to have Wise. And at Carousel Diving Dogs, it's going to be Tag. Ready to take that jump? And Ozzy over at Duke's with a nice jump as well. Ozzy is a border collie, and he loves to roo with toys in his mouth. And Tag had a nice jump over there at Carousel. We're coming up to our final dog in the round of 12. It's going to be over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio, and it's going to be Kyler. And Kyler is a Burger Blanc Suisse. And he loves to cuddle. All right, handlers approach the edge of the dock, and here we go. All right, nice toss out in front of the dock. Good jump. Round of 12, and we'll have our 6 dogs here shortly. We are in the Nebula X division of the Open Horizon 24 dog bracket at the 2025 International Dog Sports Championships. We have 10 facilities all across the country that have participated in hosting the championships, and we thank each and every one of them for their time and effort to make this come together. Right, we have our final 6 dog set. Over at Doggone It in Seville, Ohio, we have Millie. Over at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah, we have Loki. At Pepper Jack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas, we have Zuki. And at the Ocala Dog Ranch in Ocala, Florida, we have Kaniki. And Kaniki's about ready to go there at Ocala. Toss out in front of Kaniki there in Ocala. And we see Zuki going up to the dock over there at Pepper Jack's Plunge. Here comes Loki at Sea Dogs. Nice high jump. Getting some hang time. Nice jump by Loki out there at, Zuki out there at Pepper Jack's. And Millie also at Doggone It. Final 2 dogs in the round of 6. Over at Sliding G Ranch, we have the Border Collie Wise. And over at Carousel Diving Dogs, we have Tag, the German Shepherd. Nice jump out there for Wise the Border Collie at Sliding G Ranch. And there goes Tag over at Carousel. And we're going to have our final 3 dogs determined here shortly. We have our final 3 set. Out at Sea Dogs, it's going to be the Georgian Shepherd Loki. In Pepper Jack's Plunge, it's going to be Zuki, the mixed breed, and over at Carousel, it's going to be Tag, the German Shepherd. Taking the dock up Pepperjack's Plunge. And over there at Sea Dogs, that was Loki with a nice jump. Zuki just took off at Pepperjack's. And here at Carousel, we've got Tag. All right, we're going to see how this plays out for first through third place. Top three, and we will be visiting with those dogs here shortly. So our third place dog is going to be Tag. In second place at Sea Dogs is going to be Loki. And the first place dog in the Nebula X division in the open class is going to be Zuki from Pepperjack's Plunge. And congratulations to all the handlers receiving those beautiful rosettes. Very happy handlers and dogs. All right. Our next division is going to be the Nebula XL, and we're going to get that after we take a look at the 2024 championship highlights. We'll be back soon. We hope you enjoyed those 2024 highlights. We are at the International Dog Sports Championships for 2025. We have 10 docks all across the country, and we're going to move on to our Nebula XL division, this 24 dog bracket, and we are going to be at Pepper Jack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas with Stitch. Out at Sea Dogs, we're going to have Lily. Over at Youngbloods, we're going to have Spice. And over at the Ocala Dog Ranch will be Xander. A nice jump there by Lily over at Sea Dogs. And Spice making a nice, Stitch making a nice jump there over at Pepper Jack's as well. In Horizon, it's a game that measures the distance that a dog can jump from the dock, and the distance is measured at the base of the dog's tail when it enters the water. During a Horizon round, the handlers throw a toy into the pool and their dog runs down the dock and jumps into the pool. On Friday, we had a couple of other games, including Eclipse and Velocity, and those results can be found on the internationaldogsports.com website. And yesterday, we had our Lap and Legend 8 bracket dogs, and all those champions can be found on the website as well. This morning, we started with a wonderful junior showcase, and those juniors that placed earned scholarship money. First place earned $300, second place earned $150, and third place earned $75. Four dogs set. Over at Duke's, we're going to have Valor. At Pepper Jack's Plunge, we're going to have Goldie. At Country Roads Canine, we're going to have Shawnee. And at Sliding G Ranch, it'll be Tilly. Over there at Pepper Jack's. All right. We've got Goldie lined up. We've had two jumps over at Duke's and at Country Roads. All right. Nice jump there by Goldie. And there was Tilly over at Sliding G Ranch, the Labrador Retriever. To give a quick shout out to our sponsors. We appreciate them sponsoring the International Dog Sports Championships and the donations that they make. Dig is in its 10th year as one of the top retailers of waterproof, stink-proof, custom-made biothane leashes, collars, and other canine accessories. 1TDC, elevate your dog's performance with 1TDC, IDS's preferred supplement. It supports joints, stamina, oral health, and skin. Get it at workssowell.com and use code IDS10 for 10% off. And Sunday's Dog Food. Sundays is 100% human-grade dog food from start to finish, vet-founded and vet-run. Sundays gently air-dries whole foods to preserve their nutrition and flavor. That means no high-temperature cooking like kibble or messy defrosting like frozen brands. Sundays, all natural that works at the speed of your life. All right, our next 4 jumpers are set, and we've got Griffin over at Duke's, Nalu over at Ocala, Wish at Youngbloods, and Forrest at Doggone It. Nice jump there by Griffin over at Duke's. Here comes Nalu at Ocala. And as these divisions go up, you'll see the distances getting greater and greater for these dogs. And there was Forrest over at Doggone It. Really nice jump. And as well, Wish had a nice jump over at Youngbloods. The competition is so tight in these bracket rounds where just inches can decide who moves on. Most of these are somewhat experienced handlers. But anything can happen, and that's why we play the game.
Established April 2015, owned and operated solely by Georgine Javornik. Dig was inspired by a tragic loss of my heart dog, Shaylee. The company name, logo, and the innovative, unique patent design of the hardware are in honor of Shaylee. Throughout the past 10 years, Dig has provided pet owners quality products that are made in the USA and handcrafted by Georgine. We are still in business today, thanks to our new repeat customers and retailers who love our products. Our mission is giving back to the pet community. We have donated hundreds of dollars each year to animal rescues, shelters, and many organizations to raise money for their animal charities. We started the company with 4 different kinds of dog collars, and today we make over 50 different products. The Digit brand offers customers custom-tailored items that are functional in user-specific scenarios. It's been an honor to provide Digit's products to the pet community. I'm thankful for all the wonderful pet owners I have met and the friendships that have developed over the past decade. Thank you for your support over the years.
Our next 3 dogs, and that's going to be Saxton over at Country Roads Canine, Bourbon at Doggone It, and Ben over at Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland. About ready to go here at Country Roads? Nice. Great toss right in front of the dog, good tracking, all the things that you're looking for in a nice jump. And over at Carousel, there goes Ben. Another nice jump. And Bourbon. Bourbon over at Doggone It, getting him amped up. A little bit of a refusal there. See if they can get him to go into the water. No. And you just never know what you're going to get sometimes. You can have all the consistency in the world, and then sometimes they just want to they'll just do their own thing. So, but the handlers are handling this very well. They're playing with the dog. They're not upset, nothing at all. You've got the judges over there slapping water, get attention to the bumper. So everybody's working together to make this dog successful. invisible bumper being thrown by the handler up there, trying to entice Bourbon to go. Oh, so close. Right to the edge. Thought about it. Look at his tail wagging. There we go. All right. Good job, Bourbon. Oh, look at that on the ramp. Of how these dogs are treated. These 4 dogs are set. We're going to have Remy over at Country Roads Canine, Scout at Doggone It, Zenleia at Youngbloods, and Huxley at Carousel. Zenleia is retired, but for the past 3 years was ranked #1 in Fast Cat. And Fast Cat is a lure game. Basically, it's a 100-yard dash for dogs. And it makes it even more interesting that Zenleia is a St. Bernard. Over there at Country Roads with a nice jump. And Huxley is on the dock there at Carousel. That was Zenleia over at Youngbloods with a great jump. Quite the athlete for a big breed like that. Also just been informed that Zenleia was a dock diving champion as well. Very versatile dog competing in multiple disciplines. Waiting for our next round of dogs. We're going to speak about Pepper Jack's Plunge out in Pflugerville, Texas. Pepper Jack's Plunge was named in honor of two heart dogs, Cayenne Pepper and Texas Jack Liberty Bell, and we are proud to be a part of IDS since its inception. We offer a friendly and relaxed environment and welcome everyone, whether new to the sport or a seasoned veteran. All right, our next three dogs are set, and we're going to have Cupcake out at Youngbloods, Carousel with Oakley, and Doggone It with Journey. All right, we had both Youngbloods and Carousel dogs going off at the same time, both with successful jumps. And here comes Journey at Doggone It. Oh, a slightly high toss there, but still a good jump for Journey. Two dogs for this round. It's going to be over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash with Dex, and at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah, it's going to be Corey. Sea Dogs is a female mixed breed. She's the only dog in her litter of 11 with blue eyes, and her favorite snacks are broccoli and cauliflower. Nice jump there for the vegetarian. Have got our next 12 dogs set coming out of that 24 round bracket. Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah with Lily, a mixed breed. At Youngblood's Dive-In in Wilkinson, Indiana, we've got Spice, an American Pit Bull Terrier. Over at Pepperjack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas, we have Goldie, a Carolina dog. And at Country Roads Canine Activities in Grafton, West Virginia, we have Shawnee, Labrador Retriever. Lily up on the dock with over at Sea Dogs. Nice jump. That was really nice bumper placement right in front of the dog. Tracking, good distance. Really nice toss there. And a happy handler. All right. Over at Youngbloods, we've got Spice. And at Pepperjacks, we've got Goldie. Nice jump by Spice over there at Youngbloods. And we've got a tennis ball into the pool at Pepperjacks for Goldie. Canine Activities in Grafton, West Virginia, we have Saxton coming up to the dock. Over at Sliding G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, that is Tilly. Bloods, that was Wish with a very nice jump. There goes Tilly. And in our battle of the Labrador Retrievers, there goes Saxton. All three with very successful jumps. And it'll come down to distance. Facilities across the country for hosting the 2025 International Dog Sports Championships, Carousel Diving Dogs in Mount Airy, Maryland, Country Roads Canine Activities in Grafton, West Virginia, Doggone It in Seville, Ohio, Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio, Canine Stack of South Dakota in Rapid City, South Dakota, Ocala Dog Ranch in Ocala, Florida, Pepperjack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas, Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah, Sliding G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and Youngbloods Dive in Wilkinson, Indiana. We appreciate all the time and effort that these facilities have put into hosting and preparing for the championships. A lot of pre-work that has gone into this. Making 10 docks across the country, all competing at the same time. Quite a feat. Wonderful production company as well, behind the scenes. We've got our next set of dogs coming up. At Country Roads Canine, we have Remy. At Youngbloods with Zenleia the St. Bernard. Over at Carousel, we have Oakley. And over at Duke's, we have Dex. This round of 12 is very heavy in the retriever category. 7 of the 12 are Labrador Retrievers. Are in the Nebula XL division of the Open Horizon Bracket Challenge. I'm getting queued up for our next 4 facilities here. All right, over there at Youngbloods, that was Zenleia, the St. Bernard. Very versatile dog. Remy at Country Roads, nice jump, great toss right in front of the dog, good tracking. And we've got Oakley there and Carousel. And Dex over at Duke's. Nice jump over there at Carousel. Appeared to be a catch. And you'll see a couple of different throwing styles here. There at Carousel with Oakley. The bumper was thrown as the dog was coming down the ramp. And here at Duke's with Dex, the bumper was thrown into the pool and the dog taken to the back of the dock and released from there. And Dex is really enjoying the water, does not want to get out of the pool. Can't blame him. All right, our final dog in this round of 12 is going to be at Youngblood's Dive-In, and it's going to be Cupcake. And Cupcake is one of the Labrador Retrievers that I've mentioned in this round of 12. Here's that we've got Cupcake going here now. Nice jump, good tracking. Appears to be a frisbee that Cupcake is playing with. Again, there are a variety of toys that these dogs can jump for. Bumpers, frisbees, tennis balls, Kong Woobas, you name it. Just about anything goes. Down, 12 dogs down to 6. We have our next bracket set in the Open Nebula XL division. So we're going to have Lily, the mixed sport bred dog. At Pepper Jack's Plunge, we're going to have Goldie, the Carolina dog. At Sliding G Ranch, we're going to have Tilly, the Labrador Retriever. And at Country Roads Canine, we're going to have Remy, also a Labrador Retriever. Mentored by an experienced judge. They have to actually pass a certain percentage of jumps, matching the mentoring judge before they're qualified to go out on their own. All right, looks like Lily's handler is at the edge of the dock over there at Sea Dogs in Ogden, Utah. Over there at Sliding G, you can see them wiping down the turf. That's for safety reasons to make sure that no dog slips as it's running down. Safety is paramount in this sport. Excited at Country Roads Canine. They just love this, very exciting to them. And there's Tilly over at Sea Dogs with a nice jump. Over at Sliding G Ranch, that was Tilly. And I'm sorry, Sea Dogs was Lily. And over here at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we have Goldie. Goldie's a Carolina dog. Very nice jump there. Two dogs in the round of 6. It's going to be Zenleia the St. Bernard over at Youngblood's Dive In, and Dex from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio. Labrador Retriever. Over there at Duke's, you see the bumper going in first, getting the dog's attention to focus on it. And now we're taking Dex back to the end of the dock, and we'll release from there. All right, Youngbloods, there's Zenleia, the St. Bernard. Nice jump by both dogs. And we'll have scores very shortly, and it'll take us to our next 3 dogs for first, second, and third place. Have our scores in. And this will be our final round to determine placements in the Nebula XL Open Division. Over at Sea Dogs, we have Lily, the mixed sport bred dog. Over at Country Roads Canine Activities, we have Remy, the Labrador Retriever. And at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, it'll be Dex. All these dogs competing today will be earning double title points. It's just another way that IDS wants to reward the teams for a job well done throughout the year. There's Remy and Sea Dogs with Lily. Taking Dex back to the end of the dock there. There we go. Nice job by Dex and all our handlers here. We'll have placements very soon, and we'll visit with those facilities and the dogs that have taken first through third place. Right, we have our results. Took a little bit because we actually had a tiebreaker. So our third place dog from Sea Dogs is going to be Lily. Congratulations to Lily. Second place dog from Dukes is going to be and first place from Country Roads Canine is Remy. Beautiful rosettes provided by International Dog Sports. Let me tell you, they are very large, very nice to display. It's going to conclude the Nebula XL division in our Open Horizon Championship bracket rounds. We'll be moving on to the Rising Stars. And these distances will keep increasing as we move along the different brackets. Windy out there at Dukes could affect some of the tosses. A very unique titling program that rewards dogs and their handlers for working together as a team and earning points for performing at the top of their respective divisions. Open class, these are any dogs that are under the age of 8 years at the beginning of the year, and any dog that measures over 16 inches at the withers. Yesterday, during our lap dog and legend dog competition, lap dogs are any dogs that are 16 inches or less at the withers, and our legend dogs are those dogs that are 8 years or older at the start of the calendar year. The Lap and Legend 8 bracket results can be found on the International Dogsports.com website. This morning we started with our junior showcase, the future of our sport. You can also see those winners, and they all, first through third place, received scholarships. First place earned $300, second place earned $150, and third place earned $75. All right, we're set with our next set of dogs here. At Duke's, we're going to have Scout. Over at Carousel, we're going to have Letty. Youngbloods Dive In, we're going to have Blue. And at the Ocala Dog Ranch, it's going to be Raz. Raz is a miniature American Shepherd. All right. Got 3 dogs in the pool over at Duke's, Carousel, and Youngbloods. Here comes Raz over at Ocala. All right. Nice job by that miniature American Shepherd. See the bumper going in and taking the dog to the edge of the dock. A quick shout out to our sponsors, Sunday's Dog Food, 1TDC Joint and Oral Health Supplements, and Dig It, retailers of waterproof and stink-proof biothane leashes. Dogs up. Over at Doggone It, we have Van Zant, who's an American bulldog, and he impersonates Chewbacca when he dock dives. Over at Carousel, we have Kinja. At Pepper Jack's Plunge, we have Keeper. And at Canine Stack, we have Zoe. That's Zoe the Border Collie at Canine Stack there. Very nice jump. Great throw, nice arc. Over there at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we have Keeper. Doggone It just took off with Van Zant. And here comes Kinja at Carousel. All very nice jumps. This game often comes down to just a matter of inches. Next, 4 dogs. Over at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we're going to have Oakley. At the Ocala Dog Ranch, it's going to be Ziva. At Sliding G Ranch, it's going to be Millie. And at Carousel Diving Dogs, it's going to be Audacity. That was Ziva over at Ocala with a very nice jump. And the happy handler. I'm sure all these dogs are going to be very spoiled after this weekend. There we go, over at Pepper Jack's. We had Oakley with a very nice toss and catch, no catch, but very nice toss and nice jump with a good arc on that dog. Sliding G Ranch just took off with Millie. And Carousel there with Audacity, who's a female Dutch Shepherd, described as being the most overly social dog. These dogs have great temperaments as they travel around and visit different docks and encounter different environments. These dogs travel in RVs and vans and stay in hotels and camping and all sorts of stuff. So they are very well rounded. Right, our next three dogs are set. And it's going to be Atlee at Canine Stack. Over at Doggone It, we have Axel. And at Carousel Diving Dogs, it's going to be Stella. Here goes Atlee over at Canine Stack. Nice toss, nice jump. Stella is over there at Carousel, very excited. And Axel at Doggone It. There we go. Nice, and appears to be a catch as well. There is a bonus point given for the toy being caught in midair. Very nice jump there. At Carousel for Stella. Nice form, good toss. Of the Open Horizon class. Most of these dogs are reaching into the 20-foot mark. round in the 24 dog bracket, we're going to have Penny at Canine Stack. At Doggone It, it'll be Envy. And over at Carousel, it'll be Nimble. And Nimble is a female sport bred mix. Nimble is also known as Onion Soup, is genetically a black-based merle, but her coat is primarily gray with just one dark merly spot on the inside of her right thigh. All right, that was Penny over there at Canine Stack. Nice jump. And there was Nimble over at Carousel. And Envy there at Doggone It with a very nice jump. And a very pleased handler. Going to see how this all shakes out, and we're going to be back with our round of 12 here very shortly. We have got our next 12 dogs. Carousel diving dogs, we're going to have the Labrador Retriever Letty. Over at Sea Dogs, we're going to have Sherlock, the German wire-haired pointer. Over at Canine Stack of South Dakota, we're going to have Moxie. And at Youngbloods Dive-In, we're going to have Blue, another Labrador Retriever. The German wire-haired pointer is working towards being a healthcare worker support pup. Very noble endeavor. All right, over there at Youngbloods, that was Blue. Got Carousel here and Sea Dogs as well. Both dogs in the water. Nice jumps. And at Canine Stack, here comes Moxie. Oh, very nice. Right in front of the dog, good tracking. Looked like a good distance as well. And we'll see how all these dogs do. To compete in the international dog sports, they must be at least 6 months old to compete. The handlers must be 5 years or older to be on the dock, and any handler between 5 and 9 years of age must be accompanied by an adult. There is no pushing or blocking dogs off the dock. The dogs must jump in by themselves. Dogs are permitted to wear flat collars, life jackets, swim vests, and goggles as long as it does not pose a safety hazard. Coming up, over at Doggone It, that's going to be Van Zant. At Country Roads Canine Activities, it's going to be Felix. Canine Stack is going to have Zoe. And at Pepperjack's Plunge, we're going to have Oakley. Plunge, we have Oakley. Very nice toss and jump. Stack in Rapid City, South Dakota. We have Zoe approaching the dock. And Zoe is a female border collie, just described as crazy, and I'm sure that's meant in the most affectionate way possible. Here we go. Woohoo! All right. And over there at Carousel, that was Felix, the border collie, with a nice jump. And moving on, we're going to have Audacity at Carousel, and over at Canine Stack, it will be Atlee. Atlee's a Chesapeake Bay Retriever, and Audacity is a Dutch Shepherd. Dogs in the Rising Star division of the Open Horizon brackets is going to be Stella, the Labrador Retriever, over at Carousel, and Envy at Doggone It, the Belgian Malinois. See, our judges are ready. Here comes Envy. Very nice jump. Great arc on that dog. And there goes Stella. Also a very nice jump, and it appears to be a catch as well. There is a 1 bonus point awarded for catching the bumper. And from 12, we'll be down to 6 here shortly. We'll have those results. And our open class, those are going to be any dogs under the age of 8 years at the beginning of the year, and any dog that measures over 16 inches at the withers. All right, we do have our final 6 set here. Over at Carousel, the Labrador Retriever Letty. At Canine Stack, the Springer Spaniel Moxie. At Country Roads Canine, Felix the Border Collie. And at Pepper Jack's Plunge, it's going to be Oakley the Australian Shepherd. Back over at Carousel. And over there at Canine Stack, here comes Moxie. Very nice jump by Letty, as well as Moxie there. These dogs are excellent canine athletes. All the dogs are performing very well this weekend. All right, got Oakley on the dock at Pepper Jack's. And at Country Roads Canine, we have Felix, a Border Collie against an Australian Shepherd. All right, very nice jump by Oakley. Nice toss by the handler. And there goes Felix. Very nice, good distance on that dog. Our next 2 dogs in this round of 6, it's going to be Atlee at Canine Stack, the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. And there we go. Nice jump. And Envy over at Doggone It, the Belgian Malinois. At Doggone It in Seville, Ohio, here comes Envy. We're getting Envy amped up there. These dogs get very excited. Get that push off the edge of the dock. Get as much distance as they possibly can. There we go. Very nice. Used all of that dock. One of the training things that you look for in these dogs is you want them to be pushing off as close to the edge of the dock so they don't leave any distance by jumping too early off the dock and into the pool. That concludes our round of 6. And we'll be heading into our final round of Rising Star Open Horizon. At Pepper Jack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas for Oakley, the Australian Shepherd. And Canine Stack will have 2 dogs, Moxie, the Springer Spaniel, and Atlee, the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. ABS was established in early 2022 and has issued almost 5,000 IDS dog registration numbers since that time. IDS recorded nearly 10,000 dock diving scores during the 2025 season for more than 1,000 individual dogs. And our junior handler program has seen a great increase. It has grown 56% this year. All right, and there's Oakley at Pepper Jack's Plunge. Good toss, good distance. And our final dog in the Rising Star Horizon Open bracket is going to be Atlee from Canine Stack out in Rapid City, South Dakota. Chesapeake Bay Retriever, a great water dog. Handler is ready, releaser is ready. Slapping that bumper on the dock, and there goes Atlee. Very nice jump. These dogs are averaging over 20 feet on these jumps. We'll have our top 3 announcement here very shortly, and we'll visit with those dogs at their respective docks. rosettes provided by International Dog Sports. They make quite a statement when they're displayed. And over at Canine Stack, we're going to have our third place dog, and that is Atlee, the Chesapeake Bay Retriever. Congratulations to Atlee. Superstar division. We're going to see some high-flying dogs in the next two divisions, Superstars and Supernova. This is the round of 24 in the Superstar division. We're going to be at Pepperjack's Plunge with Rip. Out at Youngbloods in Wilkinson, Indiana, we're going to be with Voltage. And at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio, that's going to be Zara. Staffordshire Terrier, very nice jump. You can see those distances getting longer and longer. Loves to swim, jump on everything, and play frisbee. Once she is in the water, good luck getting her out. She's a border collie, but reminds me of a Malinois puppy. We're set. Over at Pepperjack's Plunge, it's going to be Kayla Pepper. At Doggone It, it's going to be Gambler. At Canine Stack of South Dakota, it's Jax. And at Country Roads Canine in Grafton, West Virginia, it's going to be Scout. Kayla Pepper is a female mixed sport bred dog, and they participate in dock diving so she doesn't unalive herself. And her first jump was at 10 weeks into a pool. All right, over at Country Roads and at Doggone It, we've had both our dogs go there. It's Gambler and Scout. And here comes Kayla Pepper. All right, very nice. Little high, still a long jump. Over there at Canine Stack. Just amazing how far these dogs jump. Such a wonderful thing to see. At Doggone It, we have Railbird. Over at Duke's, we have Savage. At Country Roads Canine, we have Oakland. And at Sliding G Ranch, we have V. At Country Roads Canine for Oakland. Over there at Sliding G Ranch, we have V. At Duke's there, nice jump by Savage. And at Doggone It, here comes Railbird. Railbird is a Dutch Shepherd. Ho ho, very nice, and a catch. And that's going to earn Railbird an additional point. Wait for our next four dogs. We'd like to thank our sponsors very quickly: Sunday's Dog Food, One TDC Joint Supplements, and Dig It Biothane Leashes and Canine Accessories. We appreciate their support of international dog sports. All right, our next four are set, and we're going to be at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash with Oslo, over at Doggone It with Shrimp. Over at Carousel Diving Dogs, it's going to be Ahsoka. And at Canine Stack of South Dakota, it's going to be Belle. Shrimp at Doggone It. Nice toss. You can see the judge is standing beyond the 20-foot mark. Canine Stack there with Belle. Also looked beyond 20 feet. Over at Duke's, there goes Oslo, out beyond 20 feet as well. And at Carousel, that was Ahsoka. A little difficult for my angle to tell, but looked like a nice jump regardless. Give a little love to one of our facilities, Sea Dogs, out in Ogden, Utah. It's a 100% woman-owned business that opened in January of 2022, and they opened Sea Dogs to provide a safe and welcoming environment for all dogs and their humans. Chriselle Hubert is the owner and has done a wonderful job out there. This year, there were 978 championship invites accepted. There are 487 dogs competing in Horizon, 170 dogs in Eclipse, 296 dogs in Velocity, and we had 25 junior teams. Our next four are set. We're going to be out at Canine Stack with Riggins, Sliding G Ranch with Katsuki, out at Carousel with Chloe, and Dukes will have Ruby. We out there at Carousel, a Labrador Retriever, and she is an AKC rescue dog. There was Ruby at Duke's with a nice jump. Stack. There was Riggs, canine stack. Chloe up on the dock at Carousel. Oh, very nice. Appears to be a catch on that one as well for Chloe. And that's going to earn that extra point. Move on to our next three dogs. Out at Carousel Diving Dogs, we're going to have Babs. Over at Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, it'll be Jax. And at Sliding G Ranch, it'll be Piper. A female Labrador Retriever, and she's described as being the sweetest and quietest dog, but lights up the second she gets to play fun games. In 2024, in the Eclipse class, she was the second place winner in the Meteor division. And that was Babs at Carousel. Bumper a little far out in front, still a good jump. To do it for our round of 24 in the Superstar division of Open Horizon. We'll calculate the results and move on to our bracket of 12 dogs. We have our 12 dogs set. communication going on in the background, getting these dogs and their handlers up to the dock. Each facility has a dedicated liaison that is interacting with International Dog Sports to give them the dog and the handler that's coming up next. This offers 3 dock diving games. What we're watching now is Horizon, and it's a game that measures the distance that a dog can jump from the dock into the pool. Eclipse is a game where the toy is actually suspended over the pool at different distances, and the dog is required to knock the toy down. After a successful knockdown, the rig that's used to suspend the toy over the pool is moved in 1-foot increments. The toy is hung 2 feet above the dock for the open class and 1 foot above for the lap class. In Velocity, it's a game that records the time in which a dog can retrieve a toy at the end of the pool. And this has a big handler component where the handler, and let me state that in Velocity there's only 1 handler and dog allowed, whereas in the other 2 games you can have 2 handlers and the dog up on the dock. So in Velocity, the handler in the open class has to throw the bumper past the 36-foot mark, and in the lap class the toy has to be thrown past the 29-foot mark. Then the dog is brought back onto some marked space for the open and the lap class on the dock. And in the open class, the time will stop after the dog's nose crosses the 35-foot line or the 28-foot line for the lap class. We did have our Velocity and Eclipse rounds. Those were all in one finals, and you can check out the results on internationaldogsports.com. And yesterday, while we had our 2 qualifying rounds in Horizon, we also had our 8-dog brackets in Legend and Lapdogs, and all those winners are also located on the website. We're in the Superstar division of the Open Horizon 24-dog bracket. And we're now seeing these distances getting out to about mid-20 feet or so. So some high-flying dogs. All right, our next 4 are set. We've got Pepperjack's Plunge with Rip, Youngbloods with Voltage, Canine Stack with Jacks, and Doggone It with Railbird. And it seems Railbird does not want to come out of the pool. All right, nice jump there for Rip at Pepperjack's. And here we go at Doggone It. Oh, very nice. Believe we had a catch there as well. And that was Railbird, the Dutch Shepherd. South Dakota. Angela and David Dorn are the owners, and they're located on 20 acres in Rapid City, South Dakota, home of the beautiful Black Hills. They have a 40-foot dock with a 50-foot pool, and they offer dock diving classes, private lessons, and private rentals. In the Superstar division of the Open Horizon Bracket Rounds at the 2025 International Dog Sport Championships. All right, our next four are set. Over at Youngbloods, we're going to have Wildflower. Dukes is going to be with Oslo. At Sliding G Ranch, we've got V. And at Doggone It, we have Shrimp. Nice jump there at Doggone It for Shrimp. Looks like Oslo's ready to go at Dukes, and over there at Sliding G Ranch, we also had V with a great jump. And getting that dog set, and here comes the handler to the edge of the dock. Nice. Very nice toss right in front of the dog. Good tracking, and appeared to be out beyond the 20-foot mark as well. Sliding G Ranch is going to be Katsuki, and from Canine Stack, it's going to be Belle. Belle is a German short-haired pointer, and Katsuki is a border collie. And there we see Katsuki on the dock at Sliding G in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. And Bell's handlers running up the dock there at Canine Stack in Rapid City, South Dakota. Oh, nice jump there for Katsuki. Appeared to be a catch as well. We'll get that verified. And here comes Bell. Whoa, nice. Nice toss. A lot of distance. Got the matching shirts. May assume that it's a husband-wife team, but I don't know that for a fact. All right, we're going to head over to Duke's Canine Dash and Splash in Windham, Ohio for our final two dogs in the round of 12. Our first dog is going to be Ruby, a mixed breed. And Duke's is owned by Michelle and David Filler, and Michelle is the founder of International Dog Sports. All right, we got Ruby lined up and ready to go, shaking that bumper. There's the release, nice high toss, good jump. Out there appeared to be close to the mid-20s as well. And our final dog for this round, staying with Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, is going to be Jack's Labrador Retriever. Jax is described as not having a mean bone in his body. He loves everyone, including his 3 feline siblings. All right, and here we go. All right. Had a little stutter on that camera, but looked like a very successful jump. Jax does not want to get out of the water. Just spinning circles there at the bottom of the ramp, having a great time. Yeah, I think she's gonna make handler get wet as well. These dogs have a lot of toy drive. Sometimes it's very difficult to get the bumper toy out of their mouth. And there we go. 12 down to 6 now. In the Superstar division of the Open Horizon bracket rounds, We're going to be visiting Pepper Jack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas, where Rip the Border Collie will be jumping. Over at Youngblood's Dive-In in Wilkinson, Indiana, it'll be Wildflower, the Belgian Malinois. In Seville, Ohio, at Doggone It, it'll be Railbird, the Dutch Shepherd. And at Sliding G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, it's going to be V the Border Collie. G Ranch in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, owned by Colleen and George Golarte, is a family-run dock diving facility. They offer dock rentals, private lessons, and fun competitive events, and they're proud to be in their second season with IDS. And IDS merchandise and apparel, including championship gear for 2025, is available on the website at internationaldogsports.com/shop. Ranch, we had V with a very nice jump. These dogs are all averaging into the mid-20s. And here comes Rip at Pepper Jack's Plunge. Great toss. Nice arc on the dog. Bumper right in front. Good tracking. Good job by Rip. All right, here we go at Doggone It. Railbird, the Dutch Shepherd. Woo, very nice. Almost had the catch, but you can see the bumper there in the pool. Very close. Right, our next two dogs are going to be Belle from Canine Stack and Ruby from Duke's Canine Dash and Splash. Interesting fact about Belle, the German short-haired pointer, she is 12 weeks postpartum and already back to great activities. Looks like we've got Belle ready to go here, a canine stack of South Dakota. And Dukes as well. All right, very nice jump for the German short-haired pointer. Easy for me to say. And Ruby had a great jump out there at Dukes. This is going to take us to our 3 finalists in the Superstar division of the Open Horizon bracket rounds. All right. And our 3 finalists are going to be Rip the Border Collie from Pepper Jack's Plunge, Railbird the Dutch Shepherd from Doggone It, and Belle the German short-haired pointer from Canine Stack. Stack, Belle the German short-haired pointer with a great jump. And here comes Rip at Pepper Jack's Plunge. Woo! Way out there. Looking really good. Another nice toss by the handler. Good tracking. And here comes Railbird. Big, powerful Dutch Shepherd with a catch. And for the results, we'll get our first through third place and shoot on over to those facilities for the ribbons being awarded. Those results to come in. All right, and we have all of our placement dogs up on the dock. In third place at Canine Stack, we have Belle. Congratulations to Belle. In second place at Doggone It, we have Railbird. And our first place dog in the Superstar Open Horizon division from Pepper Jack's Plunge is Rip the Border Collie. Congratulations to all those dogs. And we are now moving into our final division. This is the Supernova division. And these are the high-flying dogs that are going to put up some incredible distances. Supernova division here. Over at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we have Golden Eagle, who's going to try to defend their first place finish in Supernova last year in 2024. And while we get set for this final round of Supernova, I'd like to thank our sponsors once again, Sunday's Dog Food, One TDC, and Dig It. We appreciate their support of the International Dog Sports 2025 Championships. All right, and we have our next four dogs set to kick off the Supernova Open Horizon bracket rounds, 24 dogs. Over at Pepper Jack's Plunge, it is going to be Golden Eagle. At Carousel Diving Dogs, it's going to be Rivet. At Youngblood's Dive In, we have Kitsune. And at Doggone It, we have Drac. Drac is a Dutch Shepherd, nationally certified in police work and narcotics detection. Looks like we have Rivet ready to go over at Carousel. And you can see how far these dogs are jumping there, even with the first one. All right, and we have Golden Eagle at Pepperjack Splunge, who plays for Frisbee. Drac, nice jump. Appeared to be a catch, possibly. A little freeze frame there. Are in the open class of Horizon. These are all dogs that are under the age of 8 years, and they measure over 16 inches at the withers. All right, our next 4 dogs. We're going to be at Carousel, Diving Dogs with Mako, Doggone It with Cowboy, Youngbloods Dive In with Suitcase, and Ocala Dog Ranch with Riot. And there was Mako with a really nice jump. There goes Riot. Oh, getting ready to jump. Nice toss up in the air. Make that dog extend out for it. Good job, Cowboy. All right, we've got our next 4 dogs set. Over at Youngblood's Dive-In, it's going to be Ocho. At Pepperjack's Plunge, it's going to be Willow. Canine Stack will have Huck. And Doggone It will have Rollins. Over at Pepperjack's is a Border Collie, and she loves all dog sports. Willow's also playing for a Frisbee. All right, down there at Canine Stack, we had Huck, and there goes Rollins at Doggone It. And now we've had Willow at Pepperjack's. All these dogs taking off at the same time. Over at Doggone It in Seville, Ohio, it's going to be Bolo. At Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, it's going to be Oliver. At Sliding G Ranch, we'll see Lima. And at Sea Dogs, it'll be Reese. Reese over at Sea Dogs is a sports mix, and he's also known as Peanut Butter Paws. I'm sure he'll get a lot of peanut butter after this weekend. All right, there we go. We've got Reese. That was Bolo. And there is Oliver at Duke's. And over at Sliding G Ranch, that was Lima. All 4 dogs had successful jumps. In the Supernova division, we are seeing these dogs getting out beyond 25 feet or more into that pool. So that is some incredible distance that we're seeing. Four dogs in this round of 24. Over at Doggone It, we will have Rio. At Carousel Diving Dogs, it will be Tito. At Duke's Canine Dash and Splash, it will be Couscous. And over at Pepperjack's Plunge, we will have Kronk. Rio was listed as a free puppy on Facebook. He always plays frisbee and learning the ropes of being a bite work dog. He shares the same birthday as his older housemate brother, Rollins. And in 2024, Rio was second in Eclipse in the Open Superstar division. That was Kronk over at Pepper Jacks with a nice jump. Tito over at Carousel. And Couscous at Duke's, all with successful jumps. Of training that goes into the sport of dock diving. Most of your local facilities are going to offer some sort of dock diving class. You should check it out if you want to get involved. It's a great way to bond with your dog. And that was Ebbs over at Carousel. Belgian Malinois. To our final dogs of the 24 bracket. And we're going to decide who moves on to the 12 round bracket. We're headed to Pepper Jack's Plunge, where we'll see City, and out at Ocala Dog Ranch, we will see Siren. Siren is a Belgian Malinois, and City is also a Belgian Malinois. So the Battle of the Malinois. Our judges are getting set. Again, we want to thank our judges for the long days that they put out by the pool under the heat, working very hard. And we appreciate all their efforts, not only this weekend, but throughout the year. All right, that was Siren with a very nice jump. Certainly out past that 20-foot mark. And now City getting ready at Pepperjack's plunge. Nice high toss there. City trying to reach for it. From this angle, it also appeared to be past 20 feet. And we will have our results here shortly to move into the 12 dog bracket round. (2025) International Dog Sports Championships. We are in the Supernova category, the longest jumping dogs that we have in the Open Horizon division. We have our round of 12 set. Over at Pepperjack's Plunge, we're going to have Golden Eagle. At Carousel Diving Dogs, it's going to be Mako. At Doggone It, we have Drac. And over at Youngblood's Dive In, it's Suitcase. An Eagle is moving along, still trying to defend the title from last year. Plays for Frisbee. And the toys that these dogs jump for sometimes can make a big difference. Difficult to control and throw a Frisbee if you have windy conditions or adverse weather. All right. Getting Golden Eagle revved up there at Pepperjack's. And there's Drac at Doggone It. You can see the judge standing there beyond the 20-foot mark. They go out at Carousel. And here comes Golden Eagle at Pepperjack's. Yeah, and you can see that toss with the frisbee kind of got away a little bit from the handler, but it didn't really affect the distance that Golden Eagle jumped. Had to look back for it a little bit, and that can cause the jump to be a little shorter than normal. Named in honor of two heart dogs, Cayenne Pepper and Texas Jack Liberty Bell. They are proud to be part of the IDS since its inception. They offer a friendly and relaxed environment and welcome everyone, whether new to the sport or a seasoned veteran. Driving dogs, this is their third year with IDS. They're located in Mount Airy, Maryland on a private farm, and Carousel offers classes and dock diving rental for practice. We've got our next four dogs set. Out at Pepper Jack Splunge, we've got Willow. At Doggone It will be Rollins. At Duke's will be Oliver. And at Sliding G Ranch, Lima. All right, we've got handlers on the dock at Duke's, Sliding G, Pepper Jack's, and Doggone It. Willow over there at Pepper Jack's playing for a frisbee as well. And over there at Duke's, we just had Oliver. These dogs are just jumping amazing distances. Lima there at Sliding G Ranch. And here comes Rollins at Doggone It. Nice jump and appears to have a catch as well. That's going to earn Rollins an extra point. and is a sport for any dog that likes the water. Initially, the dogs are going to start usually just by going down the ramp, learning to swim if they don't already take to it naturally, and being taught how to safely exit the pool is of primary concern. They'll be taught where that exit ramp is at, and then they'll move on. Once we get a little more comfortable, they'll move on to a lower section of the dock. Some of these facilities have what's called a baby dock, which is just 1 foot above the water, whereas the main dock is 2 feet above the water. Once the dog gets comfortable jumping off 1 foot, then it'll move over to the main dock, where speed and distance become critical, and at that point they're typically entering competitions. All right, next 4 dogs are set. We've got City at Pepperjack's Plunge, Tito out at Carousel, Couscous at Duke's, and Siren at Ocala. All right, there's City up at Pepperjack's. Siren at Ocala. There we go. Nice jump. Good toss right in front of the dog. Over there at Duke's, that was Couscous, also with a nice jump. Bumper out in front of the dog, tracking it. And at Carousel, there is Tito. Look at the distance on that dog. Very nice. All right, and here comes City at Pepperjack's. A high toss there for City. Still got out far into the pool. We'll see how that plays out. Round of 12. We'll get results shortly here as we move into the final 6 dogs. Got our 6 dogs set to go. Over at Pepperjack's Plunge in Pflugerville, Texas, it's going to be Golden Eagle. And at Youngblood's Dive-In in Wilkinson, Indiana, we've got Suitcase. sport bred mixes going against each other. Handler there at the end of the dock. Getting ready. So that bumper, you don't want it too high or too low. Too low will cause the dog to technically dive into the pool, even though it is called dock diving, and you don't really want that to happen. And too high is not good. Sometimes it will makes the dog stretch out too far or look back for the bumper. You really kind of want it with a nice arc just above eye level, and going for that catch as well will earn you bonus points. Interesting fact about Golden Eagle. When she was 10 weeks old, she told an animal communicator her name was Golden Eagle and that she was special and loved to run really, really fast and jump really, really far. Golden Eagle is trying to defend their title from last year. Oh, and there we had out at Youngblood's Suitcase with a great jump. And there we see Golden Eagle down there at Carousel. That was Tito, and doggone it, had Rollins. That frisbee being held high, and out it goes. Our final two dogs in the round of 6 is going to be City, the Belgian Malinois from Pepper Jack's Plunge, and Couscous from Dukes, the German short-haired pointer. Coos out at Dukes. Nice toss. Really good. Nice tracking by the dog. That was a really nice jump there. Move over to City at Pepper Jacks. See the handler shaking the bumper a little bit. Keep that excitement up for the dog, and out it goes, right in front of the snout. Really nice toss as well. Good arc on the dog. That's going to conclude our round of 6, and we will be moving into our top 3 to see who takes first, second, and third. In the Supernova division of the Horizon Open 24 dog bracket. All right, our final 3 dogs are set. And this is going to be for all the milk bones. Out at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we've got Golden Eagle. At Doggone It, we have Rollins. And at Carousel, we have Tito. All 3 of these dogs are sport mixes. facilities enjoying nice weather today. We had a couple of locations yesterday that had some rainstorms to contend with. Dogs are allowed to jump in the rain. However, if there's any lightning present, the competition will be suspended until the lightning passes. All right, and Golden Eagle getting ready here. Nice toss out there. You could see that it almost got the frisbee. It appears that Judge is beyond the 30-foot mark. We will confirm that once we have final results. That was an amazing jump. How incredible these dogs are. Rollins is the IDS world record holder in Eclipse and 3-time Eclipse champion, while Golden Eagle is the 3-time Horizon champion. And we do have confirmation that Golden Eagle's jump at Pepperjack's plunge was 32.05 feet. And there we go, doggone it, and Rollins. Incredible high-flying dogs, amazing canine athletes. Final dog to jump for the day. It's going to be Tito out at Carousel. There were 487 dogs competing in Horizon this weekend, and you're watching the top 3. Lined up in a sit-stay back there. There's not an additional handler to release the dog, and here we go. A little toss off to the side there. Still a far jump. We're both very happy out there. And we do have our final results. We're going to head out to those docks and meet the handlers and the dogs. In third place, out at Doggone It, we have Rollins. Going home with a beautiful rosette. Bragged to his housemates about how well he did. And over at Carousel, there is Tito, our second place dog. Hmm. All right, and over at Pepper Jack's Plunge, we have our defending champion in first place, Golden Eagle. Looks like we're picking up a little win there in Pflugerville, Texas. Happy people out there at Pepper Jack's Plunge cheering on their Golden Eagle. Loving kisses there. Golden Eagle doesn't want to give up that frisbee. He's like, I don't need no stinking ribbon. I just want this frisbee. Well, congratulations to all of our dogs this weekend. It was an amazing 3 days. We want to thank all of our competitors, sponsors, facilities, staff, volunteers, the broadcast team for helping out and putting together the 2025 International Dog Sports Championships. Thank you very much for joining us this weekend.